Ryan Sider says earlier than 2 p.m. Mo Buster gasp.
Ryan Sider says muted lunacy for look.
It got disconnected. Also, hi Ryan. I said better early than late, right? How are you? We have...
Ryan Sider says Oimo Buster wave is Shimanodas.
How are you? It is Thursday. How's your week so far? Okay. We have... Oh my god, so many ratalos to go. Hey, Torkin! Hi!
Torkin the Hunter says has been so long.
It has. How you been?
Elise Wong Creations says, hug at Torkin the Hunter.
What have you been up to, Torkin?
Felfixling says question.
Hey, Foxling.
Torkin the Hunter says too much work and health stuff.
Ayoy, thank you, my dear.
Elise One Creations says, so at Felfoxling.
Too much work and health stuff? Oh no, I hope your health is okay, Torkin. Oh my god, Torkin! Thank you! Do I do sub badges for Twitch? Yeah, I do sub badges for Twitch. Are you looking for someone to do sub badges?
Ryan Sider says Torkin Ijimea Pi and thank you Ijimea Heart.
Torkin the Hunter says Elise Oyui.
Enjoy the
Ryan Sider says Elisoyi.
enjoy the what do you call that?
Felfoxling says I'm trying to recommend you XD.
Ah, thank you. Let me see. Even I forgot. Oh my god, Torgan! Thank you. Oh my goodness. Torgan, you. Ayo.
Elise Wong Creations says, hug at Torkin the Hunter. Ryan Sider says, hug at Torkin the Hunter.
Hang on, I'm getting up my quotation. Even I don't remember. Oh. This is my thingamajiggy.
Elise One Creations says, $12 US each, $60 US for all 6.
This is for my...
Ryan Sider
subbies.
says will you be going out later? Elise
No. Am I supposed to go out later? Is
Torkin
there
the
somewhere
Hunter
I need to
says, my
go?
sleep-deprived brain was thinking that you were about to eat chicken you rake one wezi.
I was about... Why do you think I was about to eat chicken? Thank you, Foxing. I'm gonna
Velvetsling says yes touch grass.
touch grass. Go have fun touching grass. Thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it,
Torkin the Hunter says
Torkin.
the figurines look like chicken.
Oh my god, they do. Actually, yeah, even now they're on this baking tray. It is cooking stream with Elise. We're making tiny little chicken nuggies. I dressed well today. Thank you so much for noticing. Even though I was like, even it's just my top, I'm wearing like denim shorts. but stop. Thank you for noticing, Ryan. So we are gonna paint these tiny little chicken nuggets.
Talking the Hunter says, when isn't she? Top tier Elisa.
Get it? Cause I'm wearing a top.
Ryan Cider says Eliso T.
Stop it, you guys. Okay, look. I got these. How many we gotta do? 1, 2, 3. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So many chickens. Okay. So I wanted to buy this. I bought this like watch repairer glasses. And no, they're not going to the oven. So I bought these glasses and I was like, okay, I want a magnifying one cuz I have a magnifying lamp, but I want to like sometimes I just want to lay back and then just paint.
Steven_with_a_ph me and the little goblin watching getting ready for school XP.
Hello, Steven, and hello to your grandchild.
Ryan Cider says
Hope you guys are
Steven
having a
Lunacy
wonderful
4G.
day. So I got this, and it was actually hella cool. Unfortunately, see, the thing is, when it comes to magnification, it says like 10 times, and then there's like 20 or 25, and then there's 15. The thing is, I don't know how much magnification is 10 or 25. I thought 10 sounds like a good number, okay? This is 10. I don't know if you can see, okay? So I'll try to show it off to you guys. This is how 10 is. And when I see 10, this is like touching the eyeglass already. So I'm like, God damn it, it's not. It's too close to my eyeballs. I can't. So I bought these really cool glasses. So if I were to paint, it looks like that, okay? It even has like little lights on it. Look how cool that is.
Mystery Ambert says, YouTube, Steven_with_a_ph, granddaughter. Damn, I'm not that old.
I forgot.
Face with tears of joy.
I'm sorry, daughter. So if I were to paint, it has to be
Ryan
this
Cider
close to
says,
my
how old is
face.
she? Lunacy 4 look.
All this time, I thought it was a grandkid. My bad. Yeah, it has to be this close to my face. It's like, okay.
Torkin the Hunter says Chucha her mind.
Yeah, it's so close to my face. How am I supposed to paint like this? I mean, it's kind of cool. Like, I can admire the details up close. But, I can't look at this. So I bought another magnifying glasses, one that is not so close to my eyeballs. Hey, Choo-Choo! Thank you! So all thanks to you and Dark Fox.
Elise Wong Creations says Chucha a gift for you.
Thank you.
Restreambit says YouTube, Steven_with_a_ph. Is there enough room to get a brush in between? That's too close.
No, it's too close. So I can't use these, unfortunately. I am sad because I thought these were like so freaking cool. But I ordered magnification glasses, one that is like not so close up. It should be here any day. I'm really looking forward to it because I want to like paint this and I don't have to keep straining my eyes, because especially now that I am painting so many of these, it can be quite tiring because my eyes are trying to like see the details up close and all that. Yeah. So that was my little update. Fortunately, it's not that expensive, so it's like it's a fine. It's fine. Okay, I decided that I am better off to just paint one color. Okay.
in hot smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat.
Ooh, what's this? Spy Family coming in hot. It does look like, it looks like a Mission Impossible spy gear, doesn't it? Yeah, because like I have a magnification, like if you see, this is my magnification lamp. I open this, pop right out, and that's the magnification. Unfortunately, it's because it's so close. It has to be on. It's a table lamp, so I have to be like really close, to see it. So sometimes it can be, just not.
Ryan
feeling
Sider
it.
says, did you see the big fire from gas line?
Oh, yes.
Eliso Lurk.
Yes, I saw that. That was insane. Oh dear. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oof. I didn't know like what it is. As in like I didn't hear the news after. Like I hope nobody was injured. Acetua.
Ryan Sider says, Ichime and otters, I could see it from my home.
Really?
Oh.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Hope you are okay, like you weren't affected by it. Oh my god.
Ryan Sider says not affected, it's pretty far. There's a gas line near my home too, Eliso Ahe, but it's quite some distance. Lunacy for salute.
Imagine that. I know right now, just thinking of all the gas lines that is near your house. And if you're affected by it. So Torkin, are you still there? I forgot. I don't know if I missed it. How's your health? Is your health okay? I wasn't affected, thankfully. Are you one of those like kepochi to go near and see how it looked like? Like to see what's going on. No, shoot.
Ryan Sider says lunacy for panic. I don't think I would go all the way to see in person.
Wait, just how far is it? Because the way you mentioned
Ryan
it's like...
Sider says my mom friend shared the video.
But that... Oh, okay. So actually your place is pretty far from that area. Because the way you said it, like the way, like the fact that you can see it at your house.
Ryan Sider says Ichime and others can see flicker of the fire on the horizon.
Yikes. That is pretty intense.
Faffinaboot says they're maintaining Elise.
Faffin. Good morning to you, sir.
Ryan Sider says Mogai Fafin oi Mobus the wave. Talkin the Hunter says MMMMH so many channel points to Beauty Elise.
Okay, what do you want to bully me with? Just so you know, I did rock climbing yesterday, so my body is kind of sore.
Are you prepared for everything?
My body is sore.
Really?
Shush! Shush!
Ryan Sider says Ishima LUL Dark Fox.
3 attempted pull-ups. Why?
Torkin the Hunter says Elise we.
Okay.
Ryan Sider says Elise we.
Yeah, rock climbing's really fun. But you know what's not fun? Asking me to do exercise after an intense session of rock climbing. Okay. You're gonna be in the frame, okay, dear?
Okay.
Okay. Let's move you here.
Torkin the Hunter says I am being a little stinker.
It's okay. You are
Faffin Abut says it's kind of fun.
You are a good vibe stinker. Okay, I'm gonna use I'm kind of tired today, so I'm gonna use a thicker Elastaband. Alright, I'll be right back.
Torkin P. Hunter says Hoi Foxy.
Aren't you using the other pen?
I already explained it to chat.
Ah.
I am just too tired. Even on full energy day, I can only do 2 of these.
Ah. Okay, understood.
Okay.
Ryan Sider says sheesh Yurif Bozo Pit good job.
Torkin the Hunter says nicely done.
Oh my god. Thank you. Did you hear Tarkin say hoi Foxy?
Oh, hello.
He totally ignored you, didn't he? Not like he's doing work or anything, eh?
Talkin the Hunter says Satch.
Yo, you hurt Tarkin's
Talking
feelings.
the Hunter says Watercolour Wheeze.
god, I feel tired already.
Ryan Sider says, does the elastic band accidentally hit you before?
Nope.
Will Lunacy fall panic?
Nope, it has never hit me before. How are you, Fuffin? You get a new brush. Look at this. Look at the bristles. So not fine anymore. But it
Fafnabut says I'm still kicking. How about you?
has been with me for so long. I am still kicking as well. Can't complain, can't complain.
Ryan Sider says, would it be okay to share video of the fire in Discord or not appropriate? Elisola.
I think it should be fine to share. You can even post the link in the chat,
Fafnabut
I
says
guess.
most brushes will eventually become dry brushes, right?
Yep. It's all like a part of life. Even brushes have their due date. I forgot, do you do traditional art, Fafin? Yes, right? You used to do traditional, but now you're transitioning over to digital?
Ryan Sider says, what happens when it's overdue? Is it time to throw or repair?
Brushes, well, the ones I use anyway, they are expensive brushes, but I usually use the cheap ones. So I just throw them out sometimes. But just because they're old doesn't mean they're useless. So like for example, this one has been with me since I was a teen. I like when I started painting acrylics. So this one was probably when I was
Fafnabut
14.
says some, yeah.
Mm.
I only started picking up digital in the last year.
So this one was like with me when I was like 14, so more than a decade old. And it's like, it doesn't, just because it's old doesn't mean, you know, it doesn't have its uses. I still use a lot of my old brushes, but it's not for fine details and stuff like that. So for example, for
Fafnabut says, but it's been forever since I've done any real art too.
this one I would probably use to get like bigger surface area stuff, you know.
Ryan Sider says real art.
Yeah, what is
One
real
of Buster
art?
S.U.S.
Yeah, what is real art? Fafin, you've been doing so much you've been doing so much art. Are those not real art? If it's not AI, it's real art. So,
Ryan
there
Sider
you go,
says, what is
mic
fake
drop.
art? Oimo Buster WAH.
Fake art is AI. We don't need that here.
Ryan Sider says D.
Talkin' the Hunter says big drop.
Big drop.
Fafnabut says like, actually making stuff at all.
You have been though. Though I remember you did mention you were in a bit of a rut. Like
Ryan Sider says digital is making stuff.
I would say
Oimo
digital is
Busperes
making
US.
stuff.
Fafanabut says just in the last year still.
Don't sell yourself short. You've definitely been making a lot of stuff.
Torkent the Hunter says all the potato art I have is prof than digital is art.
All the potato I have is prof, then digital is art. You have, oh, is proof. You have potato art. I made you some potato art, Torkin. Literally, art's about potatoes.
Torkent the Hunter says mango burp brush.
Which reminds me, I don't know if I have time, but you know, as the usual, always wanna, you know, you supported me all this time, Torkin. Is there another potato art you want? Is there a potato art you need? I'll definitely try to.
Ryan
Take
Sider
that
says
time.
art from potato.
No, no. Doing art of potatoes. The last one I did was a mountain.
Ryan Sider says
What was that mountain? The one of the presidents? I forgot. Already in America. But anyways, it was that but potatoes.
Ryan Sider says Rushmore.
Rushmore, yes, thank you, Ryan. Yes, I did a Mount Rushmore but potatoes. So we had French fries, crinkly cut. What was that? The crisscross fries, cut fries. Yeah, that was fun.
Fafanabut says I didn't mean that I haven't been making art, just that I wasn't doing trad up until picking up digital.
Ah,
I had a long gap of no art before starting digital recently.
okay. What made you want to start digital? I feel digital definitely has its benefits. That you don't have to bring your thingy together. Oh my god! Torkin! What was I trying to say?
Fafanabut says TYTY.
Yo. Oh my god, wait, what? So much things are happening right now. Wait, yo.
Ryan Sider says welcome Raiders Lunacy for
Welcome,
WoW.
Raiders. Janissary, hi, how you been? Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Hope you're having a good time. What have you been up to?
Fafanabut says howdy Jenna.
If you wanna...
Ryan Sider
wow,
says well your raid alert is
Torkin!
Gravity Falls Chizkipog.
Yes.
Janizari says time.
Torkin, you're so trigger happy
Elise
today.
One Creations says, so at Janissary.
Ooh, Boulder's Gate. Noise, noise, noise.
Torkent the Hunter says Autoru Wheeze.
Guys can go check out Janissary.
Torkent the Hunter says mango burb mangan pew pew.
Pew pew. Oh, are you doing like a new gameplay? This is the beginning, right? Or am I wrong? Or is this...
That's not new
No, that's
gameplay.
not the new gameplay. Oh, part 54.
Fafin
I
Abit
don't
says
think
how's
I am
Baldur
this
doing?
far in yet.
You are there, but you haven't done that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So you're in Act 3. Well into the third act. Okay, I'm not well into the third act. I am starting my third act, so I don't know. It's been hard. I was like when Act 1 started.
Jenny says I kept fighting ghosts.
Oh. When I started, Act 1 was so addictive, the world building and everything. And then Act 2 was so very linear, and then after that I just kind of like lost interest. Like, not say lost interest. I definitely wanted to play, but it's just like it was hard to just get back into
need
it.
To find some people to play that game.
You don't need to find people though, Torkin. You can play by yourself. Though to be fair, like finding people is like the same problem as D&D. Like actual D&D is like having to find people with the right schedule to play together. Ah. You know. Please, guys, go check out Jen. Thank you so much for the raid. What do you think about Baldur's Gate? Is Baldur's Gate like the first kind of game that you ever played? Like its type of game?
Fafinabut says at least BG3 ghosts can't phase through the floors and walls and stuff.
That is kind of funny though. Oh man.
Janissari says I've done big RPGs before. I suppose it depends what type of game you mean.
Like the combat, very...
Torkin P. Hunter says I am an old school nerd, so this kind of game is my bread and butter.
Very D&D. I don't know, I guess I never really played a D&D sort of game combat thing. Oh man, this Rathalos, so much work. Rathalos, why? I already made you as baby as I could, but you're still hella baby. I love to run a ghost
Janissari says I played a lot more in-person tabletop than virtual tabletop.
Oh, that's fair. So this is the kind of game that's like bread and butter. Have you played it single player, Torkin?
Torkin P. Hunter says I tried.
Not really. You prefer
Talking
playing
for
with
Hunter
friends?
says got bored after 2 hours.
Aww. Not gonna lie, I've been procrastinating doing Rathalos. Rathalos is so much work.
Talking for Hunter says, and on that happy note I should get ready for work. Have a lovely day, Elise and chat.
Thank you, Torkin. You always support the channel and I'm always eternally grateful. Thank you. Hope you have a good day.
Says at Talkin the Hunter, if you haven't played it through, the inter-party interactions are a big part of BG3's magic and it only really shines in single player, or with party size mods.
Torkin the Hunter says I see might give it another shot.
Bye, Torkin. Have a good day at work.
Talkin the Hunter says bye bye. All the love.
Ayo, the way TTS say it. Bye-bye. All the love indeed. Oh yeah, Janissary, sorry. If you want to go de-stream, please do so.
Fafinaboot says
And
cheers.
rest.
And tie again.
Take a break. Use the toilet. All that jazz. You know, a part of me want to do just like a little easy watercolor thing. Like maybe 3:30, maybe in 1 hour's time we'll do like just a easy watercolor sesh. We'll see how it goes. I bought this book. It's a watercolor book to just brain working. Document my birding trip. So, yeah. Okay, I rest. I want to. Where is that thing? Ah, there you go. God damn it.
Fafanabut says birds show particularly well in watercolor.
Yeah, because they have such beautiful plumage. So it just makes perfect sense.
Dubaki in 2134 says two.
Hi, Dovakian. What's up?
Fafinaboot says UE, the colors and honestly watercolor always feels more whimsical.
That is true. I think that's why I love watercolors. It's very whimsical. Before this, you used to do watercolors, right? Fafin, that is your choice of medium? Or do you do, like, more than just watercolors? Hi, Dovakin. How are you? Where's my... Oh, there it is. When is your Canada trip, Dovakin? Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I gotta pee. Do I have any rabbits to show? No, I don't. Alright, bye.
Dubaki in 2134 says LOL, I live in Canada.
Street. Oh, you live in Canada. I mean, sorry. What I mean is
I've
your
always sucked at watercolor TBH.
convention
My
that
style
you
was
wanted
very
to go
heavy and
to.
dark, which could kinda work if I was better at it. It could muddy up a scene pretty good and give you dark colors too.
Ah, yeah. That's the so. My opinion
Dovaki in
of
2134 says Con isn't
oh,
till
isn't
May.
until May. That's next month. It's quite a while. You've been preparing for quite a while.
Dovaki in 2134
Yeah, in
says
Jan.
I bought my tickets in Jan.
Do you I forgot. This will be your first time, right, in a convention? I hope you have so much fun. As for Fafin, so like my opinion
Dovaki in
of watercolors
2134 says at Anime North.
at Anime North.
Dovaki in 2134
Oh,
says I've
okay.
been
So it's
to
not your
Expo.
first convention, but first from this particular event. Gotcha. Yeah. So my opinion of like watercolor is like it's a very tricky medium. It's not very forgiving. Like if you make a mistake, I would say going with acrylics, you can correct your mistakes a lot easier than watercolor. But I think like one of the things why I really enjoyed doing different mediums is understanding the different properties, the pros and cons of what it gives. And I guess there's like a lot of respect to the different kinds of medium. So it is very interesting. But yeah, I feel like watercolor is one of the more tricky mediums, and I was like thinking, why do they have a lot of like why are they given so often though? And I'm like, oh, and then a friend say, oh yeah, because watercolor is cheaper. I was like, oh right, watercolor is a cheaper medium as opposed to acrylic, oils. Yeah. That's why like a lot of children are more exposed to
Fafinaboot says I think if
watercolor.
I did some watercolor with Think Bleeding stuff it could be really cool. Very hard though.
You like the bleeding effect? Personally, I love the bleeding effect. I don't know whether you're very like how knowledgeable you are in watercolor, but like speaking of the bleeding effect, do you know that the type of paper is important to giving the bleeding effect you want? I'm not sure if you know that.
Cyberkida says Cyberk 56 hi.
Hey, Cyber! So cute. How are you, Cyber? Wow, you seem
Dovahkiin
to
2134 says boo.
and enjoy seeing you more often here.
Cyberkida says hi.
Genki desu ka? See, I remember this time. Man, I wish I mixed this paint because it's not very potent. Should I shake the bottle? I did not shake the bottle. And now it's punishing me for it.
Cyberkida says.
What? TTS? What did Cyber
says
say?
Genki the yo.
Genki tayo. Yee. Some
Done well.
yeah, thank you. I was gonna say like I can see the first two Mandarin characters and then the other two is just completely
Cyberkida
Japanese.
says it means I am good. Haha.
Ayo is a more
Fafinaboot
casual way
says
of
yeah.
saying death.
The
Yo
weight
is
and
like
way
a
it's
da.
pressed are real important.
So da,
I
da
only
is
found out recently that pre-wetting the paper is important too though. Whoops. I've never really used proper papers and stuff back when I did it.
Yeah, so da is like a casual way of saying Now the casual we are saying guess.
Mm.
Dubakin2134 says at also or from Japan cool.
Okay. But in Korean, yo is for more formal sentences. Languages, man. So hard. What does the two Mandarin characters mean? Yo, okay, let's not get into it. Ryan, alright? Okay, just saying. Okay, wait, let me read what Fafin said. Yeah, the weight and way it's pressed are real important. I only found out recently that pre-wetting the paper is important too. I've never really used proper papers and stuff back when I did. Yeah, so...
Yes. I know Elise no hongo jiaoju.
I know it is no hongu jozu. No.
2134
I think you mean I know what that means, as in like I have good Japanese, but not really. No, my Japanese is so shit. The only one I know is like just like even though Cyber, I've been asking you all this time.
Ryan
Are you
Cyber
okay?
says Mandarin
Are you
Redeemer
well?
Maples 46 UK.
So yeah, for Fafin regarding the paper, yeah, the way it's pressed, and the material as well, how much percentage of cotton is there. The more cotton it is, the more absorbent to water, which makes the bleeding effect much nicer and smoother. Yeah, so in terms of like watercolor, I would say that paper is one of the most important things. Which was kind of like, I went to this like watercolor workshop once. Fortunately, I know the paper properties, but then like this instructor did not tell anything about the paper. So she was like, "Oh, you practice the instructor was like teaching us how to like color something. So it's like, "Oh yeah, just practice on this paper, specifically that paper." And I was like, "Huh. Okay, why specifically that paper? Interesting." And then like we were supposed to do our finished painting at the end, and she was like, "Use this paper." And then like the moment I used it, I know she gave us the better quality paper at the end. So then you just kind of go like, "Whoa," like I learned so much in this workshop. I felt it was very scummy. Fortunately, I know the paper properties before that workshop. But yeah, I paid a lot for that workshop too. Not happy. Oh no, the broken Mandarin redeem allowed.
Ryan Sider says Lunacy 4. Wow, Elise, call her out on the spot. Lunacy 4, look, Elise so evil.
I'm just saying, those are like one of my bad experiences. Speaking broken Mandarin, oh my god. How am I supposed to explain these dragons?
Says
in Mandarin.
Squish,
okay.
Squish.
It was like 3 minutes, right? Okay. 不好意思，我的汉语很错，可是我要告诉你，these longs， 这个龙，我有1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16个龙，这个是 Rathalos 如果你玩 Monster Hunter Wilds 还是 Monster Hunter 你知道这个 Rathalos 是什么？你们明白吗？你明白我说什么吗？你懂吗
Cyberkaider says Zai Zai.
谢谢 So 我用红色还是蓝色 I don't know if I said that right. This is the only colors I know. Yeah. 这样啦，这样啦。呀，我不知道说什么了。还有一分。I think that's why you say it. 一分。Yeah, 1 minute. 可以吗？可以吗？明白吗？哎呦，你们呢？大家没有说什么，我不知道你明白嘞。我的汉语好吗？
Ryan Sider says Elise GG Oimo Bus.
哦，你要旅游去日本？我也是，日本很好。
2134 says tickets are so expensive.
是啊，很怪嘞。可是，
Cyberkite
哎呀
says so good Elise. I am so proud of you.
哎呀，谢谢。我用 Duolingo 我用 Duolingo
Ryan Sider
学
says Gui instead of Guai
learn how to say learn
Ryan Sider says
我用
Nicolina
Duolingo
OMEGALUL.
学不是学习 is
Ryan
rest
Sider says Xu.
学
Emerald_glow says O Mandarin Titim Dino dance.
贵 oh my god 贵 instead of 贵
Ryan Sider says Shui 11 is
okay,
rest.
okay. Yeah. Swissy is rest. What is learn? Mandarin time. We just finished
Ryan
our book.
Sider says Su11 is rest.
Swissy, right? Susi is rest. Swissy is learn. Why is rest and learn sounding so similar? Also, Dovakin, I said I agree. I always like Japan is a nice place to holiday, and yes, tickets are so expensive.
Fafin says airfare in April has been really cheap from Calgary to Tokyo, but hotel was brutal.
Oh, really? Would you ever want to visit Japan? Oh man, Dark Fox and I love Japan. And I think that is the only place we will ever go throughout our entire lives. See, Cyber, we are helping the Japanese economy.
Love to go to Japan.
Yeah, Japan is awesome. Is there a particular spot in Japan you like to go, like the city center or the more village suburban places?
Dovaki in 2134 says I'd have to find a cat cafe.
A cat cafe? You don't have a cat cafe where you're at. Also, thank you, Cyber, for complimenting my hard practice. A Gundam part. Oh yeah,
Dovaki
definitely
in
for you.
2134 says I wish.
Really?
Fafilabute says I'd love to see some stuff there. The old woodworking and craftsmanship is very interesting.
We got cat cafes here.
Says my favorite cat cafe is Cafe Mocha in Akihabara.
Oh, Akibara. Yeah, Akibara will have a lot of these cafes. When I went to Akibara, oh my god, there's so many like people, so many women in like maid outfit trying to like, oh my god, you want to go join our maid outfit? A maid outfit. You guys want to try a maid cafe? They're like giving out flyers and all that.
Cyberkita says the cats live like royals.
Yes, that is true. Though, I feel like I would say don't like you can go cat cafes. I think because cats are very domesticated, but don't go into cafes that are like owl cafes. From what I hear, it's not very good for the owls, because first of all, owls are nocturnal. And then you going there during the daytime disrupts their whole sleep pattern.
Cyberkita says the Kachi are so annoying.
So, like, don't go into don't go into like owl cafes because you know they don't treat animals good there. Like, as much as Japan is really good on a lot of things, animal welfare I don't think is their highest priority. Just saying. The kachi kachi are so annoying. Wait, what is kachi kachi? It's not going on. That is so true. I feel bad for them. Yeah.
Says carrot.
I feel like if it's anything like any exotic or wild animal, I wouldn't want like even here.
2134 says cats are very well respected in Japan. They have an entire island for cats.
Yeah, I feel like because cats are domesticated, I think it's okay. But then, like, if you have wild animals, like supposedly wild or animals that are not domesticated, just avoid those. Yeah. There are people who try to get you to go to bars. Oh, right. Yeah, those kind of people. Yeah. A lot of the... Oh, so that's what you call kachi-kachis? It's actually really cute. Why do they give such cute names even to people who try to sell you stuff? Oh my god, I hate those. You know, there's like... It stresses me out because I had social anxiety. Oh my god, I went to my therapist one day. I was just complaining, I had such a bad day today. Like, I had this happen to me and that happened to me. And then, like, there was this, like, salesperson who keep pushing to me. And I tell him no and no, but he still keep trying to push it to me. I swear, I'm, like, so... Because, like, there's, like, all these people, right? Sometimes, I'll be like, okay, look. I'm not feeling it today, please. No. It's like gacha for games. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes I hate that, like, you show a moment of slight hesitancy. Oh my god, they get you on that. And they'll just never let go, even though you said no to them like 5 times already. And then they'll be like, then they'll start like pulling on your heartstrings and try to throw out a pity story, like, you know, like, hey, please lah, you know. I really need to make money this month. You help me out here. Stuff like that. Oh my god, that was like, you know, especially credit cards. Like, credit cards, yo, my mom and I went to shopping once. And then there was like, this guy was like, oh, can you please sign up? Can you please sign up with our credit card? And then he was like, please help me out, you know, I really need to make the money this month or not I will like lose my house and stuff like that. I'm like, whoa, you gonna lose your house? And you're gonna put that much responsibility on me to like sign up for a credit card that I don't even want? Bro, you're just like, you're putting a lot on me. And it also feels kind of scammy when you put it that way. Like, he either sounds really desperate or he's really scammy. Either way, it's
Ryan
bad.
Insider says, how dare a lie so evil their house deserve to be taken.
I don't mean like that, but it just sounds very like scary, you know, when you pull that card out. There was one though. Oh my god. I got so I was parking and then there was like this guy. He was like, oh, helping me park the car, like, oh, you know, come stop, you know, like that. Then after that I came out of the car, then he wanted to sell me stuff and I was like, no, but I felt like I felt I was obligated to him because he already helped me park my car. So I was like, no. Then the moment he saw me hesitate, he just kept pushing harder and harder. And I was like, I don't know how to say no. Because I told him so many times no, but he keeps pushing. And then I was like, didn't want to like just leave it like that. Oh my god. Then I just ended up buying his stuff. I swear. Sometimes these people, they really know how to like put their fangs in and then just never let go. I really don't like it. No, they're not. They never. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't know whether they were. They're not the. They didn't ask for money for maintaining the car park. They were like trying to sell me something.
Ryan Sider says manga and anime oimo Vista happy.
Okay, wait. Sorry, I need to catch. Chikawa. I feel bad for the girls, especially in winter. Oh, right. Japan and their 4 seasons. I always forget. I never go to Japan in winter. I will always avoid winter. It's just like, yeah. So it never
Cyberkider
occurred to
says
me.
it is so cute.
Oh, that's true. In a maid mini skirt as well. So
Cyberkider
sad.
says you should come in winter. Go to Hokkaido.
Right, because you can ski and then they have like the snow festival.
Ryan Sider says at Oimobusta yippee Oimobusta happy.
Clever foot in the door. Yeah, I know, right? Fafin is so scummy. I don't like it. I don't like it when people don't respect the word no. Okay? It's not sexy. What is the manga and anime about, Ryan? I think I need to visit in the winter. I don't know if I mentioned this before, cause like I want to go like one day I will go to Sapporo, well Hokkaido in winter, so we can enjoy the snow festival. But not in Sapporo, but like a lot more north, almost at the tip of Hokkaido. They have the cranes that
This
you
message by
can
Cyberkider
photograph
might
them in the
contain a
wild.
link.
Thank you,
Ryan
Cyber.
Sider says Lunacy 4 thinks slice of life of cute animals trying their best and antics it have some dark aspect like monsters and soul swapping. Maples 46 despair.
Monsters and soul swapping. Wait, say what? Yo, the animation looks so cute, leh.
Ryan Sider says at Lunacy 4 wow I've never seen this website before. Cute.
It's pretty mild, if I remember correctly. I love 0 to 10 degree weather, which is only really a few weeks of fall and spring. Okay, look. Fafin, you have so much training to be in the cold. You live in one of the coldest countries.
Cyberkida says -30 in Hokkaido.
Oh my god. No.
Ryan
I can't
Sider
do
says
that.
Lunacy 4 panic.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that.
Fafin Abut says -30 sucks, lol. We get
Yeah.
that here too.
Look, the average temperature here is 30 degrees. Don't tell me it's
Cyberkida says
negative
I go to hot
30.
Springtown, warm steam from the ground to warm you.
Oh my god, I will never leave the onsen.
Fafinabut
Just too
says but
cold.
that's regional, right? Cyberkider says 60 degrees different.
It's just 60 degrees. It's just 60 degrees. I could never. When you say it's regional, do you mean in Malaysia or do you mean Japan? Have you gone skiing before, dear?
No, I don't think I can ski.
Can you ride a sleigh?
Oh, yeah, I can ride sleigh.
Do they allow you to ride sleighs there?
I don't know.
I wonder if I can push you in a sleigh. I'll be your husky.
Ryan Sider says Dark Fox Slay Maples 46 well. Faffinaboot says we've had as many days over 42C as -42C in the last 5 years here, but thankfully you can count them on 2 hands.
Yeah, as many days over 42 degrees and -42. That's insane. I mean, the fact that you can count it on 2 hands, I feel is already too many. That's a lot. That's such a big difference. -40 degrees is already freaking hot. I can only imagine -42. The coldest I've ever experienced is 14. Okay, thanks, bye. I feel like, okay, fine, I should experience snow once in my life. Okay. Not feeling excited about it though. But you know.
Fafinabut says -42 is where seawater will freeze. You feel how dry it is in your eyes and nose. Frostbite in minutes for exposed fingers.
I don't know how your
Cyberkita says Canada is too cold for me, sorry.
I would love to visit Canada. Winter will not be on my list though. Definitely not. Winter is for people who want to be tortured. No, thank you. No offense. Faffin. But winter is absolutely
Cyberkita says I
inhumane.
would like to go there too. I want to see a hockey game.
Oh, interesting.
Curry Noodles 13 says winter is great if you're not staying there more than 2 weeks.
Agreed. How are you, curry noodles? Gosh. It has been 1 hour and I only did 1 Ratalos. I mean, I didn't even finish the
Fafinabut
Ratalos.
says
I just
hockey
did the
tickets can
blue
cost as much as the
thingy.
flight sometimes. So worthwhile though.
Really? That expensive? Gosh, I feel hungry. Yeesh. I should go take a break though. Okay. I'll go take a break. I'll see you in 10 minutes. I will go feed the babies so you can see the bunnies. Oh, you can see Ocha there already. Alright.
Cyberkita says time for a Indomie.
Oh my god. You read my mind. Cyber, I'm feeling so hungry. I really gotta drink water and not eat so much. Bye.
Fafin Abut says it cost less to go midnight dog sledding in the mountains under a full moon than it would cost to see a Oilers playoff game.
Elise One Creations says time for curry noodles cake.
Cyberkida says jealousy.
Fafina Boot says I like the buns. Cyberkida says they are so sweet usage I.
Fafanabot says, are you going to watch any playoff hockey Kaida? Any teams you cheer for?
Fafinaboot says it's looking like a great playoffs again this year.
Fafanabot says San Jose is rebuilding, but one of their rookies is so good.
Cyberkida says I do not know much about the teams, but a friend really likes hockey. I can ice skate but I cannot hockey stop.
Fafinaboot says Ottawa Senators will make it this year for the first time in a long time and they are looking pretty good. Cyberkida says but it is fun to watch even if you do not know the teams. There is a lot more strategy than I thought.
Fafinaboot says there is, it's a very dynamic game.
Cyberkida says Senators, yes, that is the team, sorry. I had a Senators scarf my friend bought me from a Canada trip, but I don't know where it is now. Fafanabot says in the playoffs it tends to get a lot rougher though, fewer amazing plays but way more effort and tension. Fafanabot says the Washington Capitals are having an awesome year. One of their players just broke the all-time scoring record.
Ryan Sider says at usage I mentioned EORL Unicy for AAA.
Oh wow. Mm.
Fafinaboot says my team, Edmonton Oilers, was expected by most to have a great year, high likelihood of winning the cup this year. But they are all seeing what Oilers fans see every year now. Poor goaltending means it's always a long shot.
Thank you, Ryan. It costs less to go on a midnight dog sledding in the mountains than it costs to see the Oilers play a
Fafinaboot
game.
says WB.
Honestly, midnight dog sledding sounds awesome. I want to do that. Just reading what you guys are talking about.
Fafinaboot says I highly recommend it at some point in your life, LOL.
I would like that. I like doggies. I like the idea of sledding. Hell yeah, let's go. Usagi, yes. Inkyun, Ocha, so cute. Look at them. Being all lazy patooties. Lazy potatoes. Okay. Alright, we'll do one more Rathalos and then we see if we can, well, I'll try to do, like, paint there. I don't know. I'm probably procrastinating. Whoops.
Fafinaboot says full moon lights up the mountains so well. You see so much, you sled in the dark and see all the stars too.
Ooh. I'm guessing full moon will be the peak
Ryan Sider says
price.
who's procrastinating? Lunacy 4 hands up.
How did you know? Oh, my senses can tell. Okay. Not gonna lie, I just keep thinking about birds and watercolor, so I am going to put these on one side and paint a single bird in watercolor. And hopefully it get that out of my system, and then I can continue painting watercolors off stream. Just saying. So we are going to paint a single bird, guys. I better go change the water because the water is hella black. Not great. Not great at all. So.
Fafinaboot says, well, you need a lot of moon in order to get enough light to see, otherwise it's too dark to sled at night.
That's true. We can still go in the evening, right? During the daytime. Sunrise or sunset, the golden hour, you know? Okay, I bought this book. Honestly, they didn't say the details of it. Like, I don't know what is the cotton counts in this. So we'll make it up as we go along. Okay, we'll start on this page.
Fafinaboot says daytime sledding is way easier to arrange. Super fun too. LOL.
Oh my god.
Fafinaboot says it's the norm for a reason.
Yeah. Oh my god. Why is the paper like this? I got it cheap. That's what happens. Okay. I'll go change the water. Then we can get to painting. It has, admittedly, been a while since I did watercolor. So, feeling kind of... Ooh. I can't find my watercolor. Oh no. My weakness. My place is such a mess. I don't know where I put my watercolor. Well, I remember I have have this. My friend gave me this. It was like some sort of Japanese brand of watercolor. Wow, it looks so pretty. It's not Winsor Newton, but look at the array of colors. Maybe we can do this. Maybe you can practice your colors.
Oh. Benny.
Benny.
You Benny.
Benny
You
and the
write it all down?
Jets.
You translated it all?
No?
Oh.
No, it's the packaging.
Cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kuro is black.
Is my...
Ah,
No, okay, I'll go get it.
yeah. White. Oh. Oh, owie, blue. All the weird colors I do not know.
Yeah, it makes sense. Because no one's gonna teach you like turquoise, magenta sort of level of colors.
Yeah.
You know what, never mind, I'll just use the watercolor.
What are you looking for?
My watercolor! Winsor Newton.
Oh.
It's supposed to be on the journaling table because I was doing journaling, ma.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder where is it?
Yeah, I can't find it. Well, to be fair, it's a bloody mess. I really don't think I can do the journaling. There's so much shit. And I'm already doing the video capturing, video editing and all that. Oh.
Maybe when you become famous, you can outsource it. Not the journey, I mean the video editing.
Yeah, one day.
I thought you sent it to Jasmine.
No, not yet. Managed to find it?
Nope.
I don't know. If anything, it should be there. I can't think of anything else. Okay, first up, the glossy starling. Too big. It's been a while since I did sketches as well. Which part was it? Ah, okay. No, control away.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Just in time.
Thank you.
Fafinabut says, did you see the bunny treat redeem BTW?
Yeah, I
wasn't
did.
watching for it when you were on break, but I'm happy knowing the buns got a treat.
Yes, I saw the treat redeem. I did give them I did give them a treat. Thank you for spoiling the bunnies. Do you ever have bunnies in your farm, Fafin?
Fafinabut says never saw any.
Oh, okay.
You are living it. You're coming it back to life. You're so alive.
My antibiotics is on the way.
Oh, are you asking them to deliver to us?
Yeah.
Okay, good, good, good.
I'm not happy with the sketch. I keep redoing it. Guess I'm nervous.
Fafinabut says there are wild rabbits around, but likely the coyotes and lynx kept the population low.
Oh, okay. Mother Nature doing its job.
Faff in a boot says I have seen a bunch of grouse though, those were new for me.
Grouse. Sounds vaguely familiar. Is that a type of bird?
Faff in a boot says
Oh,
they were like camo chickens.
camo chickens. Yo, they look so cute. Oh, they're the ones with the big bubble chest thing. They actually look really cute. Have you always lived your life near the wilderness? I always wonder what it would be like if I grew up near the
Faffinabut
wilderness.
says yep. Roughy grouse I think. Flightless like chicken but they can really move.
Oh, really? That's so interesting. Okay. We are slowly going somewhere with this.
Fafinaboot says mostly yes, even in town in Canada you're a lot closer to nature than most places. Living in a big city for 10 years had its charms but has no magic.
Even in town in Canada, you're a lot closer to nature than most places. Living in a big city for 10 years has its charms, but has no magic. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay. I'm happy with this. Let's start. I said let's start, but I'm still editing my sketch. Yeah, I've been doing like a lot of painting that was for my business. Now I just want something that is just for me, you know? I think it's always
Fafinaboot says I
important.
lived in a rural town and in a moderate-sized town growing up, and rural was way more fun to explore. Did a lot of fishing and messing around in the local rivers.
Yeah, I was like curious. It would be nice. Like when you're younger, all the exploring and stuff. And all that.
Fafinaboot says had Moose stop the school bus a few times, eat my strawberries.
Ayo, so cute. Okay. Wow, imagining encountering a moose. Those are gigantic. They are ginormous. It's wild. Literally. I never had, oh, like seeing a wild animal. I think the only wild animals I see on the road are like just monkeys, like macaques. There are some in the, sometimes we'll have like, what do you call that?
Fafinabot says the acreage was the most WI.D space I've lived though. Chased black bears off the property, saw lynx tracks in the snow, had so many deer hanging around all the time.
I'm sorry, chase black bears? Though, if I'm not mistaken, black bears are the easiest ones to chase off, right? Grizzlies are a big no-no. What was that saying? There was like a saying, like a rhyme.
Black fight back, brown lay down, white
You're dead. Yeah, I remember like the white one is like, no, there's no
Says,
hope in
yeah,
hell.
Black bears are scaredy cats usually. Fafinaboot says polar bears are predators to people, yeah. Grizzlies are aggressive, black bears are defensively.
Ah, okay. That's cool. Yeah, I could never imagine a colorful childhood like that. Just like childhood, but also like life, really.
Fafinabot says there are towns up north where you don't lock car doors because of polar bears.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Fafinabut says people walking around might need to dive in to escape.
I've never actually heard of that before. That's the first time. That's cool. Cool fact. I mean, not cool, but like very bizarre, interesting fact. So usually for this one, this paper is definitely not 100% cotton. Number one, because it's cheap. Number two, the absorbency, it doesn't really bleed right through. But you can sort of just make the gradient by ensuring it's wet before and after putting colors on it. Then you can sort of create a gradient.
Fafinaboot says it's very rare, but the bears do show up in town sometimes and catch people off guard.
Have you seen one before? Like the aggressive ones, not the black one. And then you had to go like, dive in your car. Yeah, just feather the edges to make it a little more gradient-like. Okay.
Fafinaboot says no, I was speaking of polar bears and they're much further north and east than me.
Okay. But there's grizzly bears in Canada, right? Or is that just North America? If I'm not mistaken, North America is grizzly bears. Oh. I'm gonna hair dry this first, so it's easier to work with.
Fafinaboot says haven't seen a grizzly either, but they're around. Mostly black bears here.
I see. Okay. TIL. I'm gonna switch off the mic so you guys don't get bombarded with hair dryer noise. Okay. Alright, let's try. I'll do the black. I like to do the black first. Something that I like, sometimes I like to do the darkest points where I feel confident that is. So I kind of know the amount of contrast I should give. And I like dealing with black.
Fafinaboot says when I was going out to a trailhead to hike one time I scared 3 black bears off the faux dry road I was driving down. Specky 6 blim.
That's actually really cute. Oh wow, that's really dark. You must be a very scary guy, Fafin. Scaring off bears like that, you bully.
Fafinaboot says car scary, lol. I hadn't started hiking yet.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I guess that makes more sense. I'll definitely be afraid of a car than the person, you know? Makes sense, makes sense.
Fafanabut says I've never ran into them on the trail, they run way before you're aware of them if they hear you coming.
Aww. I don't know why, but I find that kind of cute. But if you want to take photo of them, then it's gonna be difficult. I just realized I set myself up for failure. I'm like, I remember I like doing like dark colors so I know the contrast, but then I realized the thing about watercolor is you gotta work from light to dark.
Fafinaboot says it's hard to photograph them for sure.
So I should really just work on the lighter colors than the dark, especially when they can be easily activated by water again. Oh, it's been a while.
Talarian says hello, I heard failure, but all I see are successes.
Ayo, Enola. Truly no, no. I made a mistake.
Fafanabut says ye, the bleeding makes it really hard to add color around a dark area.
Yes, I forgot one of the things about watercolor.
Talarian says started asterisk.
The thing about watercolor is that you have to work from light to dark. And I forgot about that. So now I have to avoid the dark sections like the plague. Also, how are you, Talorian? How you been? It's been a long time since I did this.
Talarian says good, working away at my new job. Been about a week since I started.
Oh, you had your new job. Wait, I am confused. How is your new job? Because the last I remember, I thought you started your own company? Question mark, question mark.
Talarian says nah, I established my own freelance service, which is still going on. I joined my current job as contract work.
Ah, okay.
Talarian says so I'm kinda doing both.
Okay. Busy guy.
Talarian says they got me on as lead, so I am lead multimedia designer.
Damn. Happy for you, Talarian. Nice to know that your business is going well. We all love a success story. Okay, I'll do the eyes. Kind of sucks that I did a mistake. I have to really
Talarian says
avoid.
it's coming along, but no fully fledged business on my end yet.
Oh,
Just glad to see my freelance has rapidly grown this year compared to last.
trying my best to not touch the sides. Networking has paid off. Oh, that's so good. It's coming along, but not fully fledged business on my end. Yeah, glad to see my freelance representative. Yeah, no, honestly, that's really good. It's honestly the fact, cause you only started recently, so you know. So the fact that it's growing, that's good.
Talarian says yeah, was doing side gigs before, first time I guess I went ahead to focus on it.
Yeah, especially when you start a business. Don't expect to make profit the first few years. It's completely natural for it to have losses. But knowing that your business gets better every year, I think that's something to celebrate already. also in watercolor. It's just nice to keep the whites white. Like watercolor and graphite, I think it's best if you want white, just stick with, like, don't color the section. Yeah.
Talarian says, have you ever worked with salt in watercoloring?
No. I have seen the effects before on, like acrylics. Like it has that really nice pattern. Have you?
Talarian says when I was learning it the teacher taught me to use it for the water to get this glistening look to it.
It's not actually glistening, right? It's like an illusion of the glistening. Because it has like this quote-unquote like sparkle effect. There's like a lot of bubbles.
Talarian says your illusion of it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I've seen it before. I never done it. I don't know why. Something about like putting something that is supposed to be food into painting feels a bit odd for me. So I myself never actually tried it. Though I have heard of it.
Fafinaboot says it adds a texture, maybe some crystallization if it's salty enough.
Yeah, exactly. That crystallization is a good way of describing it. Hmm.
Fafinaboot says I really kinda want to try that now, or like, seeing how brine drying on a canvas would look.
You should try it for sure. I would love to see the results. Please share. Is there any particular subject you're like inspired to do?
Is that a delivery?
Yeah, that's my delivery. Hang on, guys. I have to go pick up a delivery, my medication. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Faffinaboot says we get salt staining on cars in the winter, feels like it might make neat rock or scale textures.
Dubakian 2134 says all hail to Bun Buns and Elise. Elise Wong Creations says since Bun Buns are getting screen time, I shall take my regular 10 minutes break. It's about time anyway.
Fafanabot says I'm gonna run, try to sleep. I had too long a nap this evening but it's starting to get late enough to sleep.
Davaki in 2134 says Greg is good.
Dovaki in 2134 says at Fafinaboot take care.
Fafinaboot says Cyberk 56 by E.
I think I got a mosquito bite on my lip.
On your lip?
Like at the, nah, not at the lip, but like here.
Uh,
Okay, bye, Fafin. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Hope you have good rest.
Maple Yavis in Thetries says hi Lise, hi Dover.
Hi, Maple! Oh man, just not careful with this one. How are you, Maple?
Maple Fetries says, "Oh birdie, how are you? I
Yes.
was inspired by you and another streamer to sketch, haha. After
Ooh,
not sketching for ages."
what do you sketch?
Restreambot says YouTube. Shoelby greetings, I come with good news.
Hi, Shelby. Ooh, what's the good news?
Maple Fetries says, "I'm sketching baby foxes.
Oh my
Those are
god.
so interesting, ha ha ha."
Baby foxes. Baby foxes are too cute. Sketching is really nice. I used to not like
Maple Leafs and
sketching.
Fetries says I was sketching their body before, but now am focusing on their eyes and practicing that a lot.
Oh, that's good. I used to not sketch. I don't know why. I guess I was very lazy.
Restreambot says YouTube. Shoelby, I got stung on the face by a couple of bees. At least I know what getting stung feels like.
Is that good news? That must have hurt a lot. A couple of bees, not just one, but two or a few. Poor thing. Are you okay?
Maple Fetries says, "Have you compared different animal eyes before? vs human eyes. Fox eyes are much rounder and have less going on the sides like human and cats."
I guess it's kind of like dogs. Because dogs have a lot of, like really big iris. Not a lot of, what do you call it? Sclera? Like not a lot of the white part. But talking about different eyes, I have seen a diagram of different animals with different eyes. Like,
Maple Leafs
horses.
says, "Yeah, true. I tried googling a direct comparison between animal eyes and human, but it came up with makeup tutorials, lol.
What? Lame. I've I've seen a diagram of like the different animal eyes. So there was like this diagram that showed like horse's eyes, dog's eyes, cat's eyes, even octopus eyes. They look really weird. I don't think they showed insects because insects like dragonflies are also like very interesting. Yeah. It's so interesting. I think being an artist does have this sort of wonderfulness of research in a way, because you just kind of go like, oh, I wonder how the different eyes look like, and then you just do your own research, and I think something about being an artist in that is like cool, because not only do you just do like normal research about it, but you also experience it through sketching and painting and doing art basically. I think that's kind of cool to have that. I guess I would call it a privilege. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to be able to see the beauty in that, I think.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says that's so true. A lot can be learned when drawing something. It's a cool perspective.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder what it's like if you could switch your brain to, like, for example, if a musician would switch places with an artist. I wonder how they would experience life.
And drawing naturally lends into questions like, they have such big ears. Their hearing must be really good. Or their hair is so long and thick. It must be cold where they live.
Yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah. I think that's really cool. Yeah, like I wonder what happens if you switch places with a musician, and then like one day, like how we see things visually must be how they experience things audibly. Cause I'm sorry, but I am like, I guess in a way I'm a little tone deaf. I don't really like every time I mean to watch movies and stuff, Dark Fox would go, "Oh my god, the music is so good, soundtrack," and I was like, wow, I never paid attention to any of these things before. I usually pay attention to the colors, to the framing, and all that, but music, soundtrack, it goes out of my brain. So it's so interesting to see how different people experience life differently, the beauty they see.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says, oh, that'll be interesting. I wonder if musicians also see the world in a different way.
Yeah, right?
Like if they wanted to compose a chillbird song atmosphere or a lo-fi beat.
Yeah. An interesting thought, you know? But yeah, I really like that whole, like, when you start questioning things, like, oh, is it because their ears are so big? They must be really good at being able to figure out which direction sound is coming from. Like, I had this thought, like, literally just now, and I was like looking, how does the hearing of a dog differ from a rabbit? Because rabbits' ears are very long, whereas dogs and cats, they're more circular. Because I think rabbits' hearing are really good, but they don't seem very directional, as opposed to cats and dogs. Like dogs, they're very good at like telling which direction the food is, the, like, you know, the treat is, where they hear things. But I think because whenever we give treats to Inky and Ocha, they go habitually where they usually find treats, you know. So I don't think they're very good at telling which direction.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says I wonder if their whiskers would help.
For whiskers, whiskers are very sensitive to vibrations. So usually they'll be able to tell. Like I saw this was very interesting. I saw in this like pet documentary. How you know if your cat is obese is if their body exceeds if the width of their body exceeds the length of their whiskers. So they did this experiment where they had this cat, they made a hole for this cat, and the whiskers, if they managed to touch the if they manage to like go through their head going through, and if the whiskers touch the borders of the hole, then their body cannot go through. So, but if they manage to go freely without their whiskers touching, then the cat knows their entire body can go through. That's what I heard. So that's like, ooh, interesting.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says, oh, I remember this. I remember when my friend was a kid, she gave her pet cat a haircut, cut her whiskers, and it really threw the cat's balance out, lol.
Ayo.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says and the cat walked funny until its whiskers grew back.
Fortunately, it could grow back. Ayo, the poor cat. But I can imagine. Ayo, so cute. I would imagine like your friend has very much well intentions, but poor kitty. Yeah, it's so interesting because I never thought whiskers would be a cat's balancing thing. Interesting.
Ocean Wavy says sup.
Hey, Ocean.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says hahaha I know, right? Haha. You mentioning the cat's whiskers and the box made me think of that. They apparently can also get whisker fatigue if eating or drinking from a bowl that's too small. I wonder what other functions the whiskers have.
They can get whisker fatigue? Oh, that's so interesting. Never heard of this before. TIL. That's so interesting.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says I notice whisker fatigue more in my older cat, so I wonder if older cats get tired more easily. My younger cat has super long whiskers but doesn't care.
I mean, that makes sense. But what is whisker fatigue? Like what is it that they experience?
Synthetries says my older cat won't eat much if the bowl is too narrow.
Ah, I see.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says I'm not sure to be honest, maybe aching or tiredness. I wonder if it's similar to how our muscles ache.
I had no idea that whiskers have that much influence on a cat. Because I know that whiskers are used to sense like vibrations, very helpful for hunting and stuff like that. But it's so interesting. I never would have thought that it holds so much influence over a cat.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says yeah, same. I noticed cats have whiskers near their eyes too. I wonder if it's a protective mechanism. To make sure things don't poke their eyes, so they can sense and dodge obstacles before it hurts them.
Ooh. That's a good theory. And yeah, I actually, now that you mention it, I always noticed they had really like whiskers around their eyes, but I never questioned any of it.
Yeah, these boxes are so good for you. The chocolate boxes, I eat my chocolate.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
This
I
is so
never
good.
thought of that. Yeah, they're
Have you
so
seen
hard.
it? It's made out of wood.
Uh, like really, really compressed wood, right?
You
Yeah, no, I opened it.
so cool.
Yeah.
Plus, actually, the plastic container also can be really useful for you. So after we finish chocolate, you can actually use
What
it.
plastic container?
They put inside the wooden box. There's another plastic box.
Oh.
And plastic box is actually also really good.
Oh. Thank you.
So it's small enough to put your figurines, I think. And then it's transparent so you can see it.
Thank you, Titi.
I put the chocolate in the fridge because it's so melted.
Oh, is it? Wait, but I saw it. It still looked okay.
Yeah, no, when you touch it, it's
Mm.
like, bleh.
Oh. I said I wanted to do a simple watercolor. Oh my god. There's never simple, huh?
Maple Leaf Synthetries says I wonder why birds don't have whiskers.
I guess it has to do with their choice of predation. Because birds are all stabby. Like for cats, usually like another way they use their whiskers is that if the animal stops moving, and then they won't send vibrations
says,
to.
Oh, I am back to working on art. LOL, I got a symbol for my peach design a bit XD.
Like usually when they, for example, kill something and then they like hang on to it. If it stops moving, it stops. Because when the animal dies, it struggles. So the whiskers feel the vibrations through that. And if the animal dies, it doesn't move anymore. So that's when they know. So I guess that's another use of their whiskers. But birds, when they catch something, how they kill it is like usually depending. If it's like a small bird, like kingfishers and stuff, they'll get like the insects or the fish, and they just whack it. They just whack it on the, like they would flip their head with the food in their mouth and just whack it to death, and then they'll eat it. Nature is brutal, man. I'm back on working. I gotta simplify my peach design a bit. Okay, that's nice. Can you imagine how silly the bird you're drawing would be if it had whiskers near its eyes and nostrils? That would be so funny. I think it would be kind of funny if we had a compilation of Maple and Elise, just like what ifs.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says true. I guess birds just swallow things like worms and whack it, haha.
I would like to do that. Like just do whiskers. But this is like a journaling book of the animals I've seen. So I'm kind of like, no, this one I want it to be as accurate to real life as possible.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says ha, that would be a fun project to do. Compile a bunch of what if artwork we do.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Maple in Fetries says I reckon I'd add the what ifs in light pencil, so that it's more subtle. And the viewer can tune out the pencil lines or look at the art with the lines.
That is actually really smart. You're so smart, Maple. Out of curiosity, Maple, what other artworks do you do? Because I remember you had a loom board, so you do weaving. That is insane. I've never met someone that has their own loom board. And then you do sketches?
Maple in Fetries says what was that you asked?
I asked what
Big
other...
Maple was talking to me, haha.
Big Maple, oh my god, it's so cute. No, I asked what other mediums do you do? Because I remember you mentioned that you do weaving because you had a loom board.
Maple Leaves in Fetries says you said something like what else do I sketch and draw and something.
something, yes. I totally asked you something. I said that I've never met someone that has their own loom board, so I thought that was really cool. And I was curious to know what other things you do as well.
Maple in Fetries says I think the loom board wasn't me, but I did weave flax with my hands briefly, at a class.
Oh.
I usually do watercolor, dabble in acrylics and have used charcoal and color pencil before.
Oops, sorry. I mistook you for another person. I was so sure it was you. Pardon me. Weave flax. What is that? Weave flax. Dabble in acrylics and use charcoal and pencil before. Recently tried polymer. Oh, polymer is fun, I would say.
Make Lilia V Synthetries says that's all good. Maybe I tried looming at a friend's place. Haha.
Talarian says I am going to have to lurk, got suddenly busy.
Okay, thank you for the alert.
Talarian says I must say that bird is coming out beautifully.
Thank you. I said I was gonna do something simple, but I just end up adding more and more details. I'm sure artists can relate.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says if we're interested, try searching Harakik, Haat KHKH, Weaving NZ.
Okay, let me try. Hang on, let me try and
Ocean
blend
Wave
this first.
says control your brush.
Control your brush? What do you mean?
Ocean Wavy says XD.
Oh, because it just keeps giving more details, right? Sorry, that took a while to enter my brain. Okay, it's a type of flax. And flax isn't like the only flax I know is flax seeds. Are we talking about flax seeds? Harakeke. Harakeke. Weaving.
Maple Leaf
Oh!
Synthetries says flax can be weaved into flax, skirts, mats and flowers.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
really
yeah.
cool.
We do this too. We do this in our school. We call it anyaman. Yeah, which is kind of like a sort of weaving. Yeah, we would like collect coconut tree leaves,
Make Lilia V Synthetries says similar texture.
and then we would turn it like into a weave. It's so cool. Oh, that brings back memories.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says for real? That is so cool. I didn't know coconut tree leaves could be weaved. Can you type the term? I wanna Google.
Okay, give me a moment.
Elise One Creations says Anyaman.
Anyaman. Essentially, that. Is that a Malay term? Yes, it is. I guess anyaman means weaving? Weave?
Maple Leaf Synthetries says OL Wikipedia has really cool Enyaman baskets, is that how I use the term? It looks really solid, I like the color too.
Yeah. I think you could say anyaman baskets.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says O is anyaman, a type of wicker. Like wicker basket.
Ooh, I never thought of that. I never... You asking me all those questions. I never thought of it before. I never gave it that much thought. So I don't know. I actually think it's just kind of like... just a term. Thank you.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says ha 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 ha, I'm just googling on wiki and when I clicked the English version of the page, it used the word wicker.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was it.
Skyshin Music says ski exclo
Hey, oh my
It's
god.
not my niece, it's
Sky.
Elisa ski exclo boba raid. It's not my niece, it's Elisa ski exclo boba raid. It's
Oh my
not my
God.
niece, it's Elisa ski exclo boba raid. It's not my niece, it's Elisa.
Hi, Sky.
Chilapata Boy says that is so nice.
Thank you. How's everybody? Oh my gosh, guys, go check out Sky.
Skyshin Music says hey Maple. OMO
Is a bird, is a bird, is a bird. Guys, please
Elise
go
One
check out
Creation
Skyshin.
says, so at Skyshin Music.
Thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, what is happening? What is happening? Thank you to Vince Vango for the follow. Thank you to Chili Padi Boy. How are you, Chili Padi Boy? You must be a Malaysian or Singaporean then. Pretty bird, thank you so much. I bought a book.
Chilapata Boy says me working so not great, ha ha ha.
Aw, man. So I started, like, I bought a book and I wanted to document my birding adventures.
Boy says I like how you say my username Chilip14 Flamio Chilip14 Chilip14
Chili Padi Boy. So yeah, I wanted to start a journal to document my birding
Vince Vango
experience.
says at Skyshin Music, wait, I forgot
So,
to tell you I don't
This
work
is the
there
first
anymore,
bird
LOL.
This is the Asian gloss starling. They are very pretty, very common. So if you guys live in Malaysia or Singapore, I'm not sure about Southeast Asia, but in Malaysia, you can even find them in your backyard. They are very common. Vince works at a bubble tea shop. He's gonna be your baby daddy for that reason.
Or you mean a sketchbook?
As long as you remember the recipes, we will have a kitchen in our house. You bought a book?
Chilapata boy says I haven't seen the bluebird yet, ha ha ha.
Oh, no. I bought a sketchbook to document the birds I've seen.
Vince Vango says
haven't seen the bluebird yet.
Music LUL stole, I mean borrowed plenty of boba ingredients when I left. Got some blowies.
Smart move, Vin Vans Go. You gotta run off meeting peeps outside. Okay, have fun!
Vince Van Gogh says let's Shen music.
Tell
Enjoy
your
dinner
mom,
style.
thank
Happy
you.
face.
谢谢 auntie. Enjoy dinner, Sky. I will take care of your friendos and your baby daddy. So this is not necessarily a blue bird. I
Discussion
think you
music
would
says
see
see you,
it's
Vince.
primarily black, but then
Chilapata boy
because of
says
the
see you, boss.
colors,
Laughing face.
as in like it
Vince Van Gogh
reflects
says,
a
ha,
lot,
ha,
very
ha.
shiny. See you, boss.
Killer Pater boy says I'm gonna stare at these birds here, ha ha ha.
Yes, look at them birds. How are y'all today? Hope you're having a wonderful
Vince
time.
Van Gogh says, "Is that a bunny?"
Yes, I have two little bunnies. They're using the toilet right now. So, a little bit about myself. Hi, everybody. My name is
Vince
Elise
Van Gogh
Wong.
says
I am a
LMGTT.
freelance artist. Today, we are doing today I'm just doing a personal project. I've been, like, so busy with work. But, like, you know, sometimes all the creative juices dries up when you force it out of you. So, today, I'm just gonna focus on me. And I've been thinking about painting this for a while. So, this is for me. Yeah. And we have two bunnies. The white, predominantly white with a black spot on his back. His name is Inky, to represent the ink spot on a white paper. And the other one that is so many blotches of black on her.
Vince
Her
Van
name
Gogh
is
says,
Ocha.
are you using watercolor or gouache?
I am using watercolor, but I have gouache too. I have used both. Both are very fun. What about you, Vince? Are you a artist as well?
Vince Van Gogh says cute bunnies L at 4 Dancy Pippin L at 4 Boonraid.
Thank you. Yes, they are very cutie patootie, using their special powers for evil, getting their way into more treats. Always fall for it. Very hard to not overfeed them.
Ocean Wavy says LOL.
Vince Van Gogh says I'm actually a musician, haha, even though I take inspiration from Van Gogh.
Interesting. What inspiration visually you incorporate into your art? Also, what instrument do you play?
Vince Van Gogh says AHH, I play the bass and I sing and dance.
Aww. That's amazing.
Vince Van Gogh says I don't make visual art, but I would say I'm really inspired by Van Gogh's life.
Inspired! Like, the tragedy of his... Like, the tragedy of his life, the tortured artist. The hardships he went through, his love for art. Don't mind me if I'm asking a lot of questions. If you want me to stop, like, you know, just tell me to shut up. Okay, maybe not so harsh, but like, okay. Oh my god, we're not even halfway there, people. I am so backwards. I am getting hungry. I can feel my tummy growling. You know, when I was a kid, I always say, I can feel my tummy grumbling.
Vince Van Gogh says I just
kinda
felt
makes
it was
sense.
tragic that he thought of himself as a failure, when despite his pain he saw and captured so much of the natural beauty of life. And his legacy would go on to inspire so many beyond his death.
Okay. He has a very sad life. It's pretty depressing. We had a Van Gogh exhibition in Malaysia at one time. I went to check it out. And reading a little bit more about his life is just so freaking depressing. Like, he only sold one painting. And it's interesting to see how interesting but also sad, really. What are you doing? It's certainly sad to see that people are not appreciated until after their death. Oof.
Vince Van Gogh says I guess I considered myself a failure too, but I like to believe if I can capture my struggle through my performance, then if it can inspire someone beyond my life, at least my struggle would not have been meaningless.
Aww, that's such a beautiful way to put it. I see what inspires you now. Very interesting. It's nice to meet a beautiful person like you, Vance Van Gogh.
Vince Van Gogh says sorry LMAO, I don't normally get these deep after meeting someone so soon XD, but yes I am very happy.
Oh, it's okay. I like to ask questions is all, so yeah. I don't mind. We occasionally get kind of deep in this stream sometimes. it is a... I guess that's what makes it more of an adult stream. Or, you know, just the questions and discussions of... I wouldn't say sad, depressing things, but I guess adult things. So if you play the bass, I'm not a musician, but I reckon you have a band.
Skyshin Music says sorry, I know I said I'd run off, but at least no stream category, just FYI. Okay,
No. Sometimes you think you're smart, but you're not smart. Thank you, Sky. I always remember to put the tags, but never the category.
Says LUL.
Bye, Sky. Sky always got my back. Okay. Sometimes I wonder if I'm focusing too much in the wrong places.
Says actually I do not have a band, haha. I am hoping I can find a group someday, but I mostly perform as a solo musician. I record live loops with effects to make my bass sound like guitar parts and synthesizers too.
Okay. Would you and Sky ever collab? Where are you from, if you don't mind my asking? You don't have to give specifics, of course. Like a country, or the western part of the world, or the southern part, the east, the west.
Vince Vango says no, but I would love to meet him someday. Happy
Aww.
Smiley. I live in California in the US.
Oh, in the US. Oh, so far away.
Skyshin Music says Vince and I collabing for OnlyFans though. Profile Hot Wheeze. He's hot, I'm Wheeze.
Of course, of course.
Vince Vango says at Skyshin Music, OMG Sky, haha, I thought you were getting ready for dinner, LOLLUL.
He can't. You're gonna be late. He just has to let us know just how much of a baby daddy you are. Sky will be thinking, I'm gonna be late, but oh, so worth it. I can imagine it now.
Vince Van Gogh says stop. OMG, I'm getting embarrassed. Haha.
Nothing to be embarrassed about. We support whatever floats your boat. Cause my husband be my sugar daddy, so I support.
Vince Van Gogh says LMAOL.
I love watercolor.
Vince Van Gogh says all musicians and artists low-key searching for MH.
Tell me about it. I'm so glad I found mine. The search is over. But yeah, for real, struggle is hard. But like, joking aside though, it's sad because like honestly, if it weren't for Dark Fox, my husband, I wouldn't have the guts to try and do this like full time. He was the one that convinced me to just try it anyways. And I've been doing this for 5 years now. Almost 6. And last year was the first time where I felt my business is really going somewhere. So I feel really happy. But unfortunately, it took me that long. And not to say that, you know, I mean, I think if you start a business, it's natural for the first few years to be at a loss. But it's just kind of hard to, you know, be constantly at a loss all the time, you know, especially if there's no savings, and if you got no one to support you, that's going to be very difficult. That is life, sadly. Unless you're a Nepo baby. Or just hella rich. That'd be nice.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says that's so sweet and supportive of Dark Fox. Do you mind me asking how long before you broke even?
Is caps the new way we're talking? I'm kind of glad that TTS doesn't turn caps into shouting though. I'm glad.
Dovaki in 2134 says at Maple Leaf Synthetries, oh Hugh, I was just asking about you.
Yeah, Dovaki was like asking about you the other day. He was concerned. How long it took me to break even?
Dovaki in 2134 says haven't seen you in a while.
I would say last year. Yeah. It's like business income and expenses alone. Last year, I made a profit. Sorry. Yeah, last year. Of course, if I put in my personal expenses like health, like I had to visit the GP, not GP, like specialists and all that, so that one kind of like ate up. I want to include that in like into the expenses, so yeah, then of course it made a loss. But business exclusively, then I made a profit. Yeah. So I'm very happy. But that's the thing about freelance gigs, is the fear of there is no consistency. It's like always waiting, like am I going like waiting if next month you're gonna get paid or get paid enough, you know? That's the fear. It was so funny. I remember playing Skyrim years back and I was like, why do I always keep getting a profit no matter what I do? And then
Synthetries says, oh hey Dover. Oh you were. Thank you, that's so kind. I've taken a break from streaming for now, but have been enjoying other people's streams.
Aww. Yeah, I remember like I was playing Skyrim and I was like, oh wow, my character just keeps getting richer and richer. I wonder why. And
Synthetries, you're welcome.
And then I was like, oh yeah, because my character doesn't need to visit clinics. don't need to pay rent, don't need to pay for food, don't need to pay for education or entertainment. And I'm like, gosh, it took you that long to figure out, huh? Clearly, I'm not the sharpest tool.
Says at Maple Leaf Synthetries follow button booped.
First world problem at Skyrim. Yeah, I know, right? First world problems in Skyrim, yeah.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says, "Ah, thank you." At Dubakian 2134, I appreciate it.
How did my mecha insight? Oh my god, it went terrible.
34 says at Maple Leaf Synthetries, you're welcome.
It went terrible. I think I don't have like the right.
Synthetries says I shall pass your BOOP onto my cat and BOOP
Ayo,
knows ha ha ha
cute.
Maple for catnap.
I think like I didn't have like proper. I didn't have the proper inspiration, so unfortunately it didn't happen. I felt it was super ugly.
134 says at Maple V Synthetries, ooh, what color is your orange floof?
May I ask, Maple, why are you taking a break?
Spango says, I hope someday my future children can live in a world where they can feel the financial freedom to pursue arts. It feels hopeless at times, but I will never give up the belief that humans will value creating beautiful things.
I feel like humans do appreciate the beauty in things, but the hardest part is finding that group that would appreciate your beautiful things, you know? That's the problem. Because there is something for everyone.
Maple V Synthetries says, ha ha ha, I have an 11-year-old cat called Lil Maple, who's full ginger and full dip. And the younger kitty is more beigey ginger brown.
Full derp, love it. I am spending way too much time on this painting.
At Maple Leaf Synthetries, it
was supposed to be an easy one. I don't know what am I doing with my life. I really wanted it to be a simple sketchbook.
Says, I am so not here, but oh my god, at Maple Leaf Synthetries was playing a mobile game called Nico
Ayo,
Cat collecting game. There was a cat named Maple. Thought of you. Okay, bye.
Totally not here indeed. I don't know what am I doing. I'm still spending so much effort in this. I don't know how I feel about it.
Dovaki in 2134 says, ooh, such a cute floofy baby.
This little Maple has no idea what's going on, and this is Toast the Gremlin. Ayo, so cute.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says, haha, do you have pets? Dubba?
Dovaki in 2134 says no.
Would you want to have pets, Dova?
Dovaki in 2134 says I can't afford a cat.
Fair. Animals are having a pet, having a living being. It's like logically they're just all expenses, but they do add love to their home. Oh my god, I don't know why I'm complaining that I'm spending so much time on this. Like, I guess I wanted, because I have so many birds. Okay, I have so many birds I want to do. And I'm spending so much time on this. It's supposed to be a simple sketchbook, but I was like, Ooh, wouldn't it be nice?
Maple
It's been a
Leafs
while
and
since I
Tetris
did
says
like
you
a
can
watercolor
pet sit my
one.
gremlin for free. He loves climbing curtains and attacking my toes. He steals slippers off your feet. Very good at training you for survival LMAO.
He's a little monster, a little gremlin, he is.
Dubaki in 2134 says at Maple Leafs and Tetris, are you from Canada?
Mapleliavis in Tetris says at Dovaki in 2134 I am Canadian once a year, on April 1st eyes haha. Dovaki in 2134 says I live in Ontario, Canada.
Mapleliavis in Tetris says oh Ontario. Do you get snow? All the other days, I'm from NZ haha.
Dovaki in 2134 says that bird looks amazing.
Thank you, Dova. Sometimes it's kind of nice to hear you guys talk. It's just kind of like a podcast. And then I'm just like, interesting, interesting. So don't mind me if I'm quiet. I'm just kind of like taking in what you guys are saying. I guess it's kind of nice that it's detailed. I'm just kind of worried because, you know, taking photos is a lot like easier, so much faster than this.
In more southern Ontario.
Dubaki in 2134 says LOL or bot does know how to say Ontario.
Yeah, that's yours. You want me to do it? Okay. It's okay. Your butt does not know how to say Ontario.
Maple Leafs and Tetris says that's so cool. I've never been. My other Canadian friend tells me that sometimes it gets so cold, water freezes in pipes though.
Oh my god. I guess that's one of the reasons why. Another reason why to not live in a winter country. Or at least to a freezing point.
Dubaki in 2134 says at Maple Leafs and Tetris, yeah, it depends, if or more north you will get more snow.
Dubaki in 2134 says I'm used to the cold weather.
That's true. I mean, if you're born and bred there. It is nothing but a flesh wound.
Dubaki in 2134 says I only go outside in sweaters, no coat.
Oh my god, I don't know. That You're not human. Is my conclusion, Dovahkiin.
134 says, and oftentimes it'll be in a t-shirt.
Synfetri says that's so interesting. I always thought it'd be cool that it gets so cold annoying bugs like mosquitoes die. And to play in the snow. Canadian houses are really well insulated, I heard. I wanna visit.
Dovahkiin 2134 says I live in a high rise so it does get cold but I blast my heat during the winter.
Okay.
Dovahkiin 2134 says I like my apartment hot.
I like my apartment cold. I don't know. Finding it so hot these days. I'm gonna sneeze.
Synfetri says sometimes my freezer runs out of space, and I wonder what it'd be like to live where it snows. Do people often use their gardens as a spare freezer in winter? LMAO.
Oh, that's such a funny thing. Though, legit question. I wanna know.
Maple Leaf Synfetries says bless you X10.
Thank you. It is 5:41. I am still not used. I said that my new schedule is like 2 to 5. I just kind of got used to it.
Yup, New Zealand.
I think I haven't done watercolor in a while. I'm just there's a lot
Dovahkiin
of hesitant
2134
marks.
says no one's gardening in the dead of winter.
Okay.
Maple Synfetris says but like do they use their garden space to store food? Like loaves of bread or cooked food?
Maybe we'll be asking the important questions.
Dovahkiin 2134 says no.
Maple Leaf Synfetries says haha HAAA okay.
Dova was like, Dova is probably thinking like, what the hell kind of questions is that? You're a weird one, Maple.
Maple Synfetris says maybe I should go to Canada and do something silly like store my dinner outside in a chili bin. Hey aha.
That'd be funny.
Dovahkiin 2134 says why.
Maple Leaf Synfetries says because it's different.
Because you can. Because it's so cold outside, you might as well make space.
Dovahkiin 2134 says you're not gonna be building an igloo with Ontario snow.
Maple Leaf Synfetries says not enough snow.
Dovaki in 2134 says no, you wanna go to like Northwest Territories. Mapliovis in Thetries says ha ha ha, noted. Dova
Ho,
answering
ho,
all
ho.
the important questions LMAO.
Thank you, Dova, for humoring us.
Dovaki in 2134 says, why is it when people think Canada they immediately think snow?
Because that's the stereotype of Canada, of how
Dovaki in
cold it is.
2134 says we're not that far north.
But you said how things can be like negative 42 degrees. That's like insane. Like, I'm trying to fathom.
Dovaki in 2134 says no.
Mapliovis in Thetries says I guess differences stand out more, and one difference is snow. Just like how when I mention NZ, people mention sheep and Lord of the Rings, haha.
Yeah. It's just like what we've never been there, so that's just kind of like our perception, the outside information.
Maple Leaves in Thetries says, when I first mention NZ, what do you guys think of first?
Oh yeah, totally llamas and Lord of the Rings, baby.
Dubaki in 2134 says coldest it's ever got me is 37.4, which is -2C.
Oh, okay. That's still very cold though. Like that's still below, well, yeah, below freezing point.
Dovaki in 2134 says as I said in more southern Ontario.
I see, okay.
Dovaki in 2134 says if you want cold go to Alaska.
That's true. Okay, this one I am going to cheat a little and use a pen. Hello.
I'm going one more game. Dinner. Thank you for feeding my Digimon.
Okay.
Mapliovisinfetries says I imagine fresh produce would be more expensive in cold places, right? During winter. Since it all has to be imported.
Dubakian 2134 says we have farms.
Mapliovisinfetries says how do farms grow produce in the cold? Greenhouses or? Dovaki in 2134 says at Maple.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says I guess I'm curious about produce specifically in winter.
Dubakian 2134 says I honestly wouldn't know.
Dovaki in 2134 says but I'm guessing other places in Canada do farming also.
Dubakian 2134 says cause it's not cold everywhere in Canada.
Well, what about New Zealand? How is the agriculture there? Because New Zealand also has winter.
Mapliovisinfetries says all good. Here we import from a US, as it's warm there most of the year in most regions.
Oh, okay.
Maple Leaf Synthetries says true. That's interesting, Duva.
Oh boy. This is a very, very black.
Mapliovisinfetries says most trees here are evergreen in the North Island. And for South Island, winter crops grow okay I think, but frost netting and greenhouses can also be used. You can get frozen pre-chopped veg that are mostly imported.
Most trees here are evergreen in the North Island, and for South Island winter crops grow, I think, but frost netting and greenhouses can also be used. You get frozen pre-trial veg. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. I am done. We're gonna call it a day.
Hi, Dan.
So lame.
Have you finished your day?
My day?
Have you finished your day?
My day?
Yeah, you said you're going to call it a day.
Oh, no.
Make Lilia V Synthetries says ha 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 Big Maple makes similar jokes to Dark Fox ha ha face with tears of joy I'm gonna tell him.
Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. I feel we all need that, you know, like the artists need a little lame jokes in their lives, you know.
Dubaki 2134 says I wouldn't rely on me for Canada, just Google things if you wanna know stuff. Also, I'm not a fan of stereotyping about Canada, it gets old after a while.
Maple V Synthetries says the annoying thing is, I try hard not to laugh but I usually laugh ha ha ha.
I get what you mean. Well, sorry if we triggered you there, Dova. Yeah, I guess nobody knows where Malaysia is, because people would be like, "Oh, you're from the country next to Singapore," so there's not a lot of misconception. Not say misconceptions, but a lot of stereotypes about Malaysia. So can't say that I would be annoyed, but I can see how it can be annoying.
Maple V Synthetries says I'll definite Google more about Canada for sure. The things I mentioned are things my friend tells me because she lives there. She's in Toronto though, so prob gets colder.
Okay, I think we'll call it done.
Dubaki
I mean, not done, but
134
like we're gonna stop for
says she's
today.
north of me.
Oh my goodness.
Dubaki 2134 says I'm in 1HR south of Toronto.
Maple V Synthetries says time for me to check a map methinks. +1 insight.
+1
Tobuki in
inside.
2134 says we used to get more snow, but global warming has had a hand in that.
Oh, we can go to this one. This one's also, he's doing like traditional art. Looks really good as well. So I don't know if we've been to their stream before. I don't remember.
Maple
but
Leaves in
anyways.
Fetries says yeah, global warming has really affected weather conditions.
That is true and sad. Oh, okie dokie artichoke. Let's go. Thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate it. From the Silent Liquors to the active chatters. We didn't do much like work, but I managed to like just let go of some personal creativeness. So I really enjoyed that. Thank you to Vince Van Gogh for the follow. Thank you to Chili Paddy Boy. And thank you to Torkin the Hunter for all the sub gifts, and Dark Fox for the resub, and also Torkin for the resub. And thank you to Dark Fox and Streamlabs to be my mod. Thank you to Skyshin Music for the raid, as well as Janissary for the raid. I really appreciate it. Night Domakin, thank you for bearing with us. I really appreciate it. As per usual, guys, links are there if interested. And if you'd like to join in on the raid, you can copy and paste that message. You know what? I just realized I forgot to even put on my raid command. Clearly a professional streamer I am. And oof, I'm getting hungry. Take care everybody. See ya.